Hello, hello, and welcome back. Oh, it's been a moderately uneventful weekend for me. Although, I did end up getting caught in the middle of like the first big rainstorm of, I guess it's spring? I don't know, like end of winter, early spring, but like living in the south, so winter ends way earlier than you would expect. So it's like, oh, well, it's just a little bit of rain, and it like kept raining, and it rained for like a good hour and a half, and I was like, dang, well, okay then. I guess it's time for the rainy season. Luckily it wasn't so much rain that there was like any real flooding or water retention. We've had a dry couple of weeks, so all the water is pretty easily drained away. Also got a cute little message from my mom. She was looking at the electronic birdhouse, and the cardinal couple, the male and female that we have, were eating birdseed together, so she was super excited about that because, you know, every year they come back, and like maybe every other or every like 3 years they have a chick. But my mom is always like, oh well, what if they don't come back after the winter this year? And I'm like, Mom, they come back every year. Like, this is their home, and you feed them all the time. They're gonna come back. But she was like, oh yay, they're back already. Hey Pumpkin King, how are you doing today? What you been up to? And then, so after I got the text message about the Cardinals, my mom was like, well, the internet on the like little Wi-Fi birdhouse keeps going in and out. Do you think you can like move the router to get it like closer in range of the birdhouse? So I unhooked some wires, put it closer to the dining room window where the birdhouse is. And like, I guess there must have been some kind of backlog that was like stuck loading on low Wi-Fi. Because as soon as that happened, Mom was like, I just got like 50 text messages about birds. Been good watching Yellowstone. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Ooh, I've heard a lot of good things about Yellowstone. My sister watched a lot of it. I enjoy kind of like, it's not like a super cowboy western, but it's kind of like a ranch drama, which is cool, but not like my exact I don't know, genre, I guess you'd call it. Kind of, I guess it would be a subgenre. I have binged the whole first season, yeah. Although, from what my sister said, it is pretty close to a show that we watched together that we really liked, Longmire, which was about a, like, sheriff kind of in this, well, not in the same area. He was in, I think Montana, but, like, it's the same kind of feel of, like, middle of nowhere rancher drama. Which is cool. I wouldn't exactly say I'm on a ranch, but like, I do live in the middle of nowhere, so I often sympathize with those kind of shows where it's like, oh yeah, your next neighbor is like 3 miles down the road. In my opinion, it's very close to Sons of Anarchy, but with cowboys. Oh. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, my sister has told me there's like, there's a lot of like guns and violence, so that makes sense. Aside from that, I really haven't been doing much. I've been doing a lot of like early tax stuff because my taxes are going to be a nightmare this year. which isn't like real fun to talk about, but it's like file your stuff, know your deductions. If you even make enough money to pay taxes, I don't know. If you're like under 25 and in college, most people don't pay taxes. Oh. Guessing I'm American? Yes. Yeah, I'm American, live in the Southeast. It's a decent area. I don't know. I'm not in like the swamp or mountains. It's just kind of like mix of both. But it is getting to the rainy season, so it's gonna rain like every weekend. I'm hoping that the rain doesn't knock out the Wi-Fi this year. It was being spotty last year, but I think they fixed it up. From the UK, so we do. Oh, see, I'm jealous of like all the countries that are like, oh yeah, we know how much you made, we know how much you owe, here's a bill, just pay us. Like, my parents live in Vancouver, Canada, and they're like, oh yeah, our taxes are so easy, they just tell us what to pay. And I'm like, last year I luckily didn't have to like do a whole lot because I just had my normal employment, but this year I have a bunch of stuff with inheritance, because a bunch of my aunts and uncles that don't have kids were like, okay, you and your sisters are the only children in this family, we have to like write all of you into our wills. So now I have to like fill out a bunch of forms about like, oh yes, I am the designated next of kin of blah 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 blah. And then as well, because both of my sisters now have nephews, I have like next of kin instructions to go to them, so I have to have all of that stuff taken care of as well. Oh, it's such... Having a big family is annoying. And it's not even like actually my family, it's just the like extendedness of it all. But it's fun. We get to do a lot of stuff. Over here, you can do it all over the phone. Ugh. You could probably do most of the stuff over the phone, but you still need to either email or send a letter in of your actual, like, pay stubs and stuff to file your taxes, which is annoying. Like, again, the government knows how much you make. They know how much you owe them. I think it's either like a Bill Burr or a maybe a George Carlin bit. It's like, oh no, we know how much you make, we know how much you owe us, and we know where your money is, but you have to pay us. And if you don't pay us enough, we're gonna ask for more. We just call and say, yeah, I'm the next of kin, and they tell you your full name and then done. Not as easy here, unfortunately. Because it's tied into... I don't even know if that's a, like, US thing. That might just be where I live, because we have absolutely insane next of kin laws. But yeah, it requires a lot of stuff, and like at one point you have to like go in to, well, you don't need to go into a bank, you need a notary, but like in the area that I live, the only notaries are in banks, so you have to like go into the local bank and be like, hey, I have this form, can you sign it for me, and just like say that yes, I am a person. I think it's because a couple years ago there was like a huge amount of life insurance fraud and that kind of stuff in my area. So like now they have to crack down on it super hard. I say a few years ago, I think it was like 30 years ago, but once stuff like that happens and they make new rules, they don't get changed very fast. Speaking of next of kin, life insurance and payouts, let's move into the game while we keep chatting. So this is The Roottrees Are Dead. It's a puzzle game about finding out all the relations to this family of candy company owners. We have a good amount of the family tree worked out. The real hitch right now... USA has too many rules. Yeah, it's just... It's so big, and there's like so many different rules for like if you live in different places, in different states, and then like if you live in one state and your family lives in another, and it's annoying. Which is funny because everyone's always like, land of the free, there's no rules. But it's like, no, actually, there are a gigantic amount of rules. You just don't know like which ones you have to abide by. Yeah. So the big thing we're missing in the family tree is this side of the family. I have no idea how we're supposed to unlock like all the info on these people. We have most of this stuff. I'm assuming we'll find these over the course of searching more into like the acting bubble, because we haven't gotten super deep into that. And then we need some way to find Miracle's grandson over on this side. Don't kill anyone and never ever mess with an Irishman's beer. Good rules. Oh, we still need to find out what Clancy's job is. So it might have been the second president. We found out the second. We have the first, second. We have fifth and fourth. So we need a third president, which might have been Clancy. We can put that in provisionally for now. And then we have Robert as a screenwriter, which is correct. So we need one more name. We could just brute force. We have a couple of extra photos. We have... Where is it? We have that. That's Stephanie, who's an only child and a middle schooler. I think she'd be... She'd be over here? Oh, there's Stephanie Carroll and Stephanie Landon. Okay, it's not either of those. It's any big plans for this year? There's a couple. So in couple weeks, gonna be doing a little bit of a get together with some of the extended family around where I live. Um, my so both my sisters just had little boys. And they are 1 year old, but around Easter time, they're trying to get together to do a like big play date with some extended family, which might be fun. Which I'm not like super big on because like I'm not the kind of person that likes to go to huge family gatherings and just kind of sit there. But I suppose it's not the worst thing in the world. And then more towards the summer, we're trying to get just like my immediate family, my sisters, my mom, and then dad, maybe one of our uncles, over to where my grandparents lived to do kind of a like family reunion of just that side, which might be good, end up being good. I don't know. Like, people are trying to plan it, but it's the kind of thing where like no matter how much you plan, no one's like super understanding of where anyone's gonna be or what they're gonna be doing. So it's like, okay, I would love to find that out, but that's not working. Still don't have... We couldn't find anyone for Angela. Don't know about that. A bunch of pictures, but no idea who is who. Still need to find out about Robert. We go into our periodicals, silver screen. That wasn't the right. Oh, does it have to be capitalized, maybe? Maybe RR Productions? Small rumors from claims television screenwriter Robbie, always allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert by French court of law. Claims he allegedly embezzled from the company productions to fuel a gambling habit, left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, fled to Paris. Need to insist this is all very much allegedly. Officer says that they will be unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source able to confirm through public records there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees. At the time, Brothers Trouble was cancelled. So can we look up Robert Roottrees trial? Maybe RR Productions trial? No. Do you have any big plans yourself, Pumpkin King? Usenet board for Brother Trouble. Production Ron and Robbie. Small screen director of Brother Trouble, but it was... None of that is helpful. I think we might start using the hints. Hopefully getting a new job as a forklift op. So you're forklift certified. That stuff's cool. I enjoy the like operation of big machines and stuff. It always seems so fun, but I am an okay driver normally. I feel like if there was any pressure to like drive or operate something like as a job, I'd be one of those people that like suddenly hits like the lever to go into second gear and like twists around so much that like it snaps the axle or something. Getting a job at Coca-Cola and Monster Energy warehouse. Nice. I've never like worked in a warehouse. I assume the jobs are pretty good. I know that like fulfillment warehouses where you like ship stuff out from Amazon are supposedly pretty weird. Don't know where to look next. If you're completely stuck, try talking through with your rubber duck. Yeah, we're kind of spinning around in a circle right now, so let's get a hint. Elias started the family business. Surely he must have received some attention in the media. I mean, I think we looked up everything with him. Mr. Chu is the founder and the first company Granite, the biography section, additional information. Credited with ending 5-piece. Wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy cementing his family's reputation. What does I say? Blood is thicker than syrup, and any child. The Roottrees legacy. A few quotes about Elias in the book Family Man. Oh, you know what? Did we look up this in the library? I don't think we ended up doing that. That was by Bess Williams. There's no downloadable version of it available because the publication is impossible to find. Yeah, and then he got the Watchman of the Year with his grandson. So what does it want me to do? A should be good, so I'm not complaining. Nice, yeah. I mean, aside from the meme of being forklift certified, like operating heavy machines like that does usually tend to pay decently. Oh, we did get something. Establishment. We're rolling out 5 pieces to the global market. It's from the article and scan someone made from the cover have been added here. Oh. I was sure we looked that up before. Maybe we only did the sun. Okay. Elias Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936 and and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine said he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of the 5 pieces. Aside from the article, a timeline of 5 pieces. In 1908, Elias forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife who inherited a maple farm. During that period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. In 1906, Elias has a daughter, the first of 5. Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the initial children, 1 per child. 5 pieces are sold to someone in the Pittsburgh market. 5 pieces are rolled out in New England. A new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores. The candy company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for global rollout. With the help of his son Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse is built in Butter County. Over here, there's not a lot of forklift drivers, so there's plenty of work. Yeah, I guess there's gotta be a bunch of warehouses, but you don't really think of the UK as being like big, like warehouse firms and manufacturing centers like you'd think of, I don't know, Germany, where you'd need like a bunch of people going through heavy machinery constantly. Although I guess there probably must be at like port cities where there's a lot of like loading onto ships and stuff. There's also a what's next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clansid Trust. Yeah, we've already gone through Lancet Trust and everything. One of the diary entries offhandedly mentions a relative appearing in a publication that you can track down that article. One of the diary entries. Okay, so the diary... Who was in publication? Like alone. Give me a diary, you glean information. Granddaughter of Elias. Mother's family was called Colsus. He hardly ever made mention of them. Did we have... Yeah, we did have Colsus. Her father was always referred to as Pop, was the head of the lawyers of the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay. Where was this hint referring to? Spent summers with Aunt Margot. As he said, I was a lucky cousin. Oh, starlet. Okay, I thought that was just like calling her a starlet, but that must be an actual magazine. Yeah, new periodical Starlet. Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid. They focus on famous actors and actresses. Wasn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. Okay. That was when? Gwyn was often in Starlet, mostly mentions that they were around the time of her divorce from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it is focused on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced that she was pregnant again. Others mention rumors that Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There is also an interview from early in the mid-50s, in 1957, where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather consistently preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There is nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with the famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration William, was incredibly memorable." Okay, so he's Cornwall. Oh, Lioness Cornwall? Ooh, that is a awful name. The power of a name is undeniable. Wild Bill. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know you readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with the Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into the alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Okay, so can we go with Wild Bill? Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan. Stories and gossip about who he has been seeing with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles under his real name. First mention of his first role under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Second is an interview. Hold on, we gotta find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized. Your search is broken, but you get the individual pages from your search engine. Walter Forsythe is listed in the cast of a movie called Gal in the Gang. It was directed by Bruce Thornmorton. Appears to be a low-budget comedy. There's no other information about it anywhere else online. Bruce Thornmorton was a prolific movie director who released a movie every year in the mid-1960s until his death on set in 1993. Most of his movies could be described as camp, especially those from the early 1970s, although you notice some criticism seemed to be take offense with that characterization. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after the movie's credits ended. Most of these have been cut from the home video release of his titles, though fans of his work have been trying to track down film prints to catalog them all. As fascinating as it is, it doesn't seem relevant to the Roottrees. Okay, so that's not important. Second is an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. You determine from context that he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son of a gun cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. He spent most of the film crying. She was playing the soldier's wife, but even through the tears, she was incredible. and I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced he was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Can we... Okay, so that just goes back to Walter. We go to a silver screen now. So strange to hear the name Wild Bill. Yeah, it's... It's weird that they just put that in for like nothing crazy. You come across a small mention of Wild Bill. Apparently, a director who considered Wild Bill his friend once hired him to make a small cameo in a war movie called Christmas Mission. Apparently, Wild Bill lived up to his reputation. He showed up drunk 3 days in a row and couldn't remember his lines. He also kept hitting on an actress who was supposed to be doing a very somber, serious role. Wild Bill was dropped from the picture, and he and the director no longer speak. Oh, so that's the like real story behind them meeting. That's crazy. A small mention, Christmas Mission. Oh wait, no, we wanted to go to Charlotte. Nothing relevant there. Okay. So then we can put... So he's actually Walter Forsythe. Then... Unfortunately, like, we're finding out all of this new stuff. We already know, like, most of this family tree already. That wasn't a hint we needed. There's a tangent in James Roottrees' spider search that's worth investigating. We already have James Roottree. Oh yeah, here. Okay. James Rootsey, who is a single duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRox. The duo, according to many sources, you find and considered the one-hit wonder duo of the disco era, rolling on to Diamond City. Though Jim writes a majority of the songs and plays guitars and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer, and never had any other hits as its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song. He hasn't made a public appearance, been a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Can we look up Diamond's Dazzlers, maybe? Ah, that was what we were looking for. You put Christmas Mission into Spider Search? I believe we've done that one before. Yeah, we did that a while ago, last time. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of an official fan club for Jim and Diamond, who find a famous post called "Cool Things I Got in the Mail" on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out Christmas cards every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures. as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There is a fierce debate on the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from other years, only one is relevant, the card from 1996, including a picture of Jim and Diamond's first young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. Or the Fluzzes? I think it's the Floozies. Picture attached. Okay. The Floozies are an all-female punk band. Yeah, okay, yeah, so it is the Floozies. Band operated out of New York City. They are mentioned in passing in an online review of earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review an opening act. This one was unusual. And not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they all only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. Yeah, rich kid band. The reviewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live. The cover of the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere. But with a name like that, it's not hard to speculate on the subject matter is. Could it be a euphemism or a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity, if only you had time or the resources to look into it further. Floozies aren't all... Oh, that just leads back to this? Okay. So then you can put all of this into Music Monthly. Oh, nothing for the flute. I guess they're probably not big enough to have many search results. They don't have an actual article about it. Yeah, nothing relevant. They wouldn't be in Silver Screen or Team Blast. You get to sleep. It's 10 to 4 in the morning. Ooh, yeah, you gotta take a nap before, I assume tomorrow's Monday. You probably have to work or something. Have some sweet dreams. Hope to see you around later. Horn vocals, Candy. Bass, Nikki. Drums, Nina. On this picture of Christmas from Jim and Diamond. Description said to include a picture of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Wolf. I'm guessing just student. And to find... Need to go back to that, as well as note about his daughter's band, the Floozy. So we don't know. However, the CD they're selling, Conquistador, has added to your... We don't know who that is. I guess that would be like the lead singer, Andy. We have a... Oh yeah, we do have Candy. Okay. Okay. Who do we all have that's correct? Candy, Wolf, and Robert. And the Forsyths.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Okay, mysterious.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Oh, is this the woman that wrote the book?
I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
So he definitely isn't the 3rd president. He's not in the military. Right, and that was just an update here on out. Let me look up Stephanie Jones, maybe. You learn from an election results page Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on the election day, about a month ago. Find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for the campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times." Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. The Roottree Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city. The company began with a small farm within the Butler County limits in the area and has a lot of history with the family. Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them, and automatically added to your periodicals. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County or even had any connection. The Roottrees are dead, not to be confused with a similar game called The Flutenies Are Bred, is a video game about a fictional family called the Roottrees, and about discovering their lineage after the Roottrees sisters are killed in a plane crash. The game takes place in Butler County, which is a real county in Pennsylvania, but uses fictional elements such as a fake newspaper called the Butler County Times. The creator of the game does not know anyone who lives in Butler County and has never even been there. Instead, he just randomly picked somewhere on the map near a major metropolitan area that sounded reasonable and hoped not to somehow accidentally offend people that actually lived there. Huh? Are you really doing this? You're really doing this, are you? The Flutenies Are Bred is a game about a fictional family of ducks that lives in the Duckler County. Their 3 sons, the Flukney brothers, accidentally offend a witch who turns them into bread. They are then eaten by some of the other citizens of Duckler County. It's all quite grim. The player must identify all of the ducks in the area, their lineage, and of course their occupations, to find out, according to the slogan, which ducks killed the Flukneys. If you're looking for a hint for the game, I've heard one of the ducks is a bank robber who goes by the name the Safe Quacker. There, I hope you're happy. Now get back to looking at their Roottrees. Oh, I love the little rabbit holes in this game. Okay. Who was it? Stephanie Jones. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from the last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find a full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon, until her marriage with a local business owner, Brian Jones. Okay. Oh, right. You still don't know where she fits in. Stephanie Landon until her marriage with local business owner, Brian Jones. Highlight that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entire female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, is a local artist who has appeared in the front page of the Butler County Times in the past and has often come out opposed to the corporate policies regarding the deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay. So this is... Stephanie. This is... Brian Jones. He was city council. in politics. Grew up. Mother was Caroline. Who was an artist. My mother and her partner essentially had an entire family influence. Okay. I mean, we had these Landon, so Mark Landon, and we don't know who stepdad is yet. Mother Caroline was a local artist, often comes. I guess we need apparently there are a lot of people named Caroline that have been reported over the years. Perhaps you need to refine your search. Oh wait, it's not. It's Caroline Madsen. Morden. Ah, there we go. You find a cover story about a local art installation, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying a story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. Or Atlas' Atlantis Burden? Weird. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and Beauty of Women. According to the quote further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equal or something should be equals or something to protect. Picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Okay. We search for that? No, it's not there. So then we need book, I'm guessing. Okay. It is captioned Caroline. Next to her sculpture, Alice Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featuring her upcoming self-portrait, Art in the Beauty of Women. Okay. Then we have a... No, we don't have... Or maybe... Laura Carlson. No. Okay. Published in 1987, softcover large art photography and sculpture dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. I'm guessing that's the name of her spouse? Maybe. Oh, and we don't have a second picture of that. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. Centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister, Gwendolyn, Morden, and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. He especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Oh, there's a bunch of Wilson. I'm guessing it would be Jason. He calls completely bogus. Can we Google Dr. Wilson? Ah. Dr. Stephen will. Okay, it's Stephen. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops up every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, though credible to his child Jason, you suspect might not have been written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with a world-class care. He will treat your children like he would treat my big brother or my sister. Okay. So, what have we got? That's Steven, and then Jason must be the youngest then. Oldest. Middle. Also, these must be switched, so where have we got? You must be this one, and then where did we have the other one? Over here? Okay. Then this was Jason. Must have been Zach. And then Sam? Weird. Student. Oh, okay. And she must be a student as well. Where else were we in? Periodicals? No. Their marriage led her to double down on her passions, art, and in the environment. Even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. He comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effects on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. He also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to push her true values, art and the beauty of women. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now we have a bunch of these. So we're still missing these guys. So we have who are these again? Stephanie, who is only a child. Oh, who is an only child? Bethany, Davy. So that must be Bethany and Davy. Wait, I have her somewhere already? Where is that? Okay, hold on. What? From Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project. Davy, Bethany. Where's Chris Rafferty? Where are the Rafferty? There's Chris. We post Chris Rafferty's cousins. They are absent in this. That's not. That can't be the right pick. That's one of Chris's cousins. Do we know? I don't know where any of the. So cousins would be in here, I guess. Just extended cousins. Hmm. What else? I mean, maybe looking for... Oh, Angelica Morden. Nothing there. What else do we got? Search spider results for Teen Blast mention the root tree. See if we can track down that edition. Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters, fashion magazine, and Rihanna Roottrees' first appearance. Okay, Rihanna was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16, did an interview. You add that cover to the collection. Brother Trouble canceled. Also, how is it if he's interested to win a trip to the set of a new movie? In an interview with Rihanna talks about her inspirations. One important thing that I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor. Ah. Grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He also told me that history was full of people with famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of the family tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom. I design clothes and help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs clothes with a team of amazing men and women. The grandpa passed away earlier this year. Grandma Lauren tells me that he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Okay. Then we can put that there. That didn't help us with any of these, but I suppose that's good. Okay. What else can the duck give us? Some of the actors in Brother Trouble might be worth looking into. Thought we got most of that. Oh, maybe if we look in Charlotte? Nothing in Starlet. Silver screen. Tommy Mark Sheridan appears in the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact he was married to Rihanna, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called TMZ Dating a Roottrees. It says, at a recent autograph signing, EMS told Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year. And this time, TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say: she's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger, and I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope. Penelope. Married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. And get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Okay. And Justin Christopher Baker, maybe? DCB was TMS's co-star in Brother Trouble. Their mother was played by Penelope Tessa Green. Justin Christopher Baker was quite a few Teen Blast gossip columns, but is not related to the Roottrees as far as you can tell. Relevant. Nothing relevant. Okay. Christopher Baker isn't often abbreviated to teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success, the most popular of which is Jane Eyre, which reimagined Charlotte Bronte's novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding. Doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. Two boys that were extremely active in sports, romantic pursuits of the next door neighbor Roxy. Showrunner was a small-time director. Roottrees. Instant stardom, mostly amongst that teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 91. Okay. Oh, spider search for Penelope. Okay. I didn't think to do that. Where was her name just? Under Tommy McSheridan? Ah, there we go. Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famous raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was the TV star of Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. Find a picture labeled Joke O Lantern 1997. As well as different pictures labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets in 1994. Both have been added to the evidence. Okay. The only appearance fundraiser. LB Tessa Green is a retired comedian. Okay, so that's still the same one. Oh, Laugh Lounge Comedian Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year. The most famous one seems to be the Joke-O-Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher which can be redeemed for 5 pounds of buffalo wings. There is a 2-drink minimum and a zero-tolerance policy for heckling. Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics, and every year someone ends up getting kicked out. Just don't do it. Found this on the website Laugh Lounge. It was captioned, Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Found this on a website about Comedy Club. Laugh Lounge. The photo is titled Jack-O-Lantern 1997 and was during one of Penelope Tessa's fundraisers. That's the older son. And then younger. Jack Roottrees. Occupation. Yes, just student. Unknown, and then they would be what? Baby? Yeah, baby. You don't know the name of them yet. Jack waiting for his mother's charity set. Or Joke-O-Lantern 1997. And then we don't have... Is there a caption for these? Jack watching his mother's set. Joke-O-Lantern 1997. During... Okay. That doesn't give us anything. Oh, and then we can... You not in any of those pictures? No, we just click on it. There we go. Who are we still waiting? Got one over there. Need one more person. Wait, no, we have that. Okay. We can figure out the name over here. Who else? Oh, maybe if we go... through the periodicals? Penelope Tessa Green is mentioned in this article about the brother character. Not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. Being relevant in Starlit, maybe Silver Screen, Modern Music, no. County, and nothing in Business Watch, nothing. Okay. What about breast milk cheese routine? Nothing relevant, right? Okay. There are several people related to the campaign mailer. Have you looked into all of them? I mean, I've looked into like most of it. Buried under a ton of mail, Carl's inbox, a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie. Back is an excerpt from a newspaper. Stephanie Hall, 22 years old, with a baby of her own due around Christmas. Her marriage, simple love, our future. Carl, I don't know you and I don't see eye to eye, but when it comes to the candy company, we talk to the girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie. Use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. Yeah, I don't know. Even the spouses? Yeah? Article in Butler County Times mentions Stephanie Jones's husband. Yeah, no, we already got that. That's right there. Great resource for finding out about local news. What? Stephanie Jones's husband was a local business owner. We literally have that. Search Brian Jones. But we have... Okay. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems not to have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been printing staples at Butler County for years. Even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania, or search us online in a design. I designed the website myself. Okay, Jones Graphic Print. Jones Graphic Print is a company that, according to the website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients that work with us. Stephanie Jones Mailer, Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters, Butler County Holiday Light Post Banners, Miracle Network, 4 flyers, the Roottrees Motors Coupon Flyer. Oh, okay. Roottrees Motors, Butler County School District, and Butler Summer Theater. Posters are set contributions for Children of Eden. At the bottom it says, we also do web design. Come get a quote today. Butler Summer Theater performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. It is not summer currently. The website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 section such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances of 1999. The website lists credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the new names seem relevant. Below the cast list is a list of crew, and 2 things stand out. Posters and additional set design by Jones Graphic and Print and Choreography by November Studios. A local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There's hardly any other information available. Okay, so November Studios is important. Instead of November Studios, maybe you should have called this place No Mention Studios, because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Okay. What about Butler County School District? Okay, nothing from them. Miracle Network tour flyers. We got Roottrees Motors. You find a hit for Roottrees Motors on Jones' graphic and print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any traces of them on the internet. As a local business, they might feature in other places. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. That's definitely his mother's maiden name. Okay. Roottrees Motors, 1994 to 1977. Advertises that the former name of the Roottrees Motors was Wilkin Motors. Wilkin Motors is still the same family business but has joined the Roottrees family. Local family in Pittsburgh. Funny noises. Fix the oil. Roottrees Motors. Local family mechanic of 50 years. Funny noises needed fixed. All fixers. Says the Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years. Family business. And also that Tessa Roottrees is their newest fixer and learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Tessa Panic. Okay. We still don't know the name of this baby. We'll need like all of this side of the family. Fancy Flavors article revealed the name of one of Roottrees' presidents. Look further into his business affairs. Where was... Fancy Flavors? Fancy Flavors. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5 product lines. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move. Prison of Roottrees. Piece of caviar, right? Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year. It was Guy Hudson. Okay, so that's all we get from that. We go into small article in 1997. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to the Roottrees snacks. They both appear in the company. Oh, okay. So that's what? Guy Hudson, Bonnie Hudson, and Christopher would have been 4th president. And his twin sister are no stranger to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appear in the company's advertisement as children during Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. You find a site about a successful ad campaign. One of the ads listed from the 1950 Boy and Girls Agree, the series of television and magazine ads for the Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine's advertisements has been added to your evidence. The end of the year. Who would have known that one of those 2 adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father Aggie and Christopher with providing this fiery duo, arguing over everything but chocolate, would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement and focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach is quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I..." Okay, hold on. Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas. He is eager to share them with the world, and we think that Boys and Girls Agree that he's ready to succeed. Boys and girls never agree on anything except Roottrees. This is an ad for the Roottrees candy company in the 50s. It was part of the campaign Boys and Girls Agree. Ad campaign described as having the premise that boys and girls, yeah, okay. Okay. What else can we get from... Got Boys and Girls Agree. Ad list from 1950. television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bar. Can we get... No. What about Bonnie Hudson? Nothing rep. Although Butler County Times does not have their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia. Patricia. And his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police report that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There are witnesses who report that the vehicle, which instigated the wreck, was speeding, swerving between the lanes and cutting other drivers off, as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says, "It could have been any one of us who eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the incident. The police have a few leads other than make and model." Guy has been president of the Roottrees Company for only 4 years, although an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. Okay, what about Bonnie Hudson? Nothing relevant. Okay, then we don't have any pictures of them. Oh wait, no, we do. We have those. We don't know her occupation. We still need Gwendolyn occupation. In the information from periodical articles, you can input Angelica Morton's youngest child. Okay. Zachariah Morton? In 1959, there was a small blurb about Zach Morgan, son of James and Gwendolyn Morton. Oh, James. Wait, no, we already knew that, right? James Morton, and grandson of Elias Roottree, inheritor of the candy company, is quoted as saying, "Elias entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes." Nothing relevant in that. In that. Charlotte. Okay. Input Angelica Morton's youngest child. Yeah. The relevant articles are in Business Watch and Butler County Times. Okay. Small verb. Just carrying on the route. Yeah, we did that. Nothing. Oh, maybe Zach Morton? Son of James and Gwendolyn Morton. So, but that's not nothing relevant. Do we have the correct magazine name? Business Watch and Butler County Times. When the Business Watch, Guy Hudson was Zach's nephew. Zach only had one sibling. Yeah, we've got that. The article in the Butler County Times revealed that Guy had no children. Given this, there's only one place he can go. Yeah, we have that. Guy Hudson was the third president. Oh, we gave him the wrong president one. Okay. That's why it's mad at us. You have enough information to find Guy Hudson's sister. Yeah. Looking at your list of names, you can determine that his sister's name is Bonnie. Yeah, we've already done that. You've seen that name somewhere else. Didn't one of the cousins mention her at some point? Bethany, Davy, Stephanie. I mean, it would have been in one of the notes, I guess. Where we got Bonnie. After all, Angie's older than Zach. That's not it. Bloodline. Well, Granny had sister. Nephews not adding up. Why is Sam so special? Zach's office. Twins in Paris. Miracle Boy spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. No one can figure out why. After all, Jacob and I got married. I'm the first generation of three spirits. Brother and I all seemed good in our pursuits. Okay. Like it was anything in there. Revisiting the diary. Where was it? Only assume it was in here somewhere. Yeah, none of seem like it's in any of these, and then this is just the weird play. Where else? In self-portrait art and beauty of women, hinted towards Bonnie's occupation. Okay. My cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men, especially despite one of the youngest. Oh, is she like a housewife? That it? I guess so if the hint went away. There are only 2 free spirit women left, and one is Caroline Morton's sister. Yeah, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn Morden is Caroline's older sister, so she couldn't possibly be the young girl in the front of the photo. That leaves only one person. Okay. Right, so the free spirits. Free spirit. Okay. So Beret must be, oh no, maybe it's, so one of them is Beret, one of them is flat hair. Guessing Beret? Caroline Madden's book Self-Portrait in the Beauty of Woman hinted towards her sister's occupation. Marriage led her. Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on their dream. Oh, so maybe she's a housewife too? How many do we have? That's 3. Do we need one more? We do. We need to find out this baby's. Gwendolyn Maddow is a housewife. Yeah, we got that. The young girl in front of the photo. That leaves only one person. Gwendolyn Morden is Caroline's older sister. Which one of these looks older? Guess one looks kind of older. Oh, she's not wearing a artsy beret. Only one free spirit left to place. Only one name left from the caption of the free spirit photos, and there's only one spot left on the tree if that person could go. According to the Butler Theater, November Studios creates choreography. Okay, so got Jim, Ernie, Bonnie, Guy Hudson, Ernie, Caroline, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. Answer. No. You'd have to be a root tree. Oh, root tree November? Okay. That's... looks right. Oh, who was Caroline's sister? Oh, her sister was Gwendolyn. There we go. And these also have these alternate photos, I think. Okay. Need to find Bonnie's kids, and then how the heck do we find Jack's younger brother? There's one root tree named left on your list. Oh, right. Tina, and she's a baby. Okay. You look more into the Roottrees' business history and local magazine. Okay. Butler County Times has played close to many root tree advertisements over the years, many other products, including 5 pieces. Okay, maybe 5 pieces. Hey Glue Bar, how are you doing tonight? Second, I got it. Ugh. Sorry, plugging in the phone so it doesn't lose power. Ugh. We are pretty far into this. I think we probably will finish it tonight. But we've just been filling out the last couple dregs of this list. We've got these 3 left. And then here. And we have a bunch of spouses, but I don't know how we're going to find many of the spouses. Or some of the side photos, I guess. This and this probably. I have all of these. I don't know who that spouse is. But this has got to be Stephanie. That's Sam. And this is student. And then who else was in the cousin? Okay. Bethany and Stephanie. Oh, Davy and Bethany. Okay. So I'm guessing Davy's the older and Bethany's younger. Davy the 4th, so that would be Davy the 3rd, that would be Bethany. He's a student in college. She's a student in K-12. Yes, okay. I think that's it. Nice, okay. So now we get the
My
top secret letter.
genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Okay, so this is Edward Clancy. And who was MM? It would be in Revisited Scandal, Samantha Roottrees, Children Were Not Meant, Inheritance of Pieces. Apparently, you were illegitimate daughter of Elias and Jasper. Trisha, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at the age of 16. Became pregnant after giving birth. Elias hid her away a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until he unexpectedly reappeared. Elias Jr. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias dedicated Sam should have been a Roottrie from the first place, even though she was not part of the clan's trust included in the family. The school assignment about anger. I got angry when I met a new girl who I did not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked down, and When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me, and I got angry and yelled at her. And Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad," and she screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me. And lying is not a nice thing. Pushed her away, then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away and told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." Elias Clancy. Gucci, is that right? And then who's his Let's see, I think Gwyneth and Caroline. Not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the 2 of them. She has no problems with us next generation, but she has a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces, Elias and Gwen. To it. And his roommate, Mr. Miller. Who's... Remember the history of candy book from earlier? There's a little detail about that book that you may have skimmed over. History of candy. We have candy. Part of hardcover. Part of the book series about all things candy in modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production of global distribution. The book ends with a look to the future of candy as envisioned by an expert of 1985. The edition of hindsight included a print advertisement. Find a newspaper ad for the 5 pieces from 1930. Oh, can we do a history of candy? Volume 1? Ah, there we go. It's a book about all things candy through history. It starts with the historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy through the year 1924. Includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including the extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee includes due to a major misprint, added to evidence. On the advertisement in the Sweet History of Candy Volume 1 include, author includes it because spelling error of the word available near the bottom states that flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. Yeah, we already know EC and CE. We've got that bit. You have everything you need. All you need to do now is look through your evidence, any inconsistencies. There are some interesting mentions of... Yeah, no, I got the EC. I'm looking for the spouse. You poured everything over. Are you sure? Because if you click this button again, I'm going to tell you the answer. That's what you want, right? Edward Clant... Yeah. Oh, his lover is John Miller. Okay, I don't know where we're supposed to find John. Oh, do we need to do... Okay. And I guess we didn't find all of the spouses. And these must be backwards, so... That's him. That's him. Who is this last? That's him, and then... This must be her, but I don't know. We don't know whose name this is. Lioness. Oh, this would be This is the sister, right? Because, like, went out with the sister afterwards, I think. And then, who else do we not know? You don't know Joan Moreau, Otterich, April. Oh, April's gonna be his because then November. And then got like a 50% chance between Monroe and Helen. Guess we'll go with Joan. Yeah, okay. I think that's all right. Here's the final optional entries you found. Monroe and Joan, Quidditch April, M. Number of entries left for next time.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller? That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 Pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 Pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man, but his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 Pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC. We were sent to the farm, and the 5 Pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Lauren never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Oh yeah, and the anger, yeah, that makes sense because she thought she got the names backwards.
Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 Pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background, the 6th 5 Piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 Pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real Rootree. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Oh. So that's what. Wait, but why?
That sounded
Okay.
familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancy Trust is yours. Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air, this is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
We're rolling,
Okay.
on down to the sea.
Thank you for your hard work. Sam Madson's book was published thanks to your hard work and received mixed reviews. Life went on, and the new president took over the company. The Rootree family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Rootree Mania is now unlocked as a new game. I'm a secret Rootree. Okay, what are we? Oh, is that not? Okay, that wasn't the right thing. Hold on. Where? I guess we have to go to a new game. Rootree Mania. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. Oh, so there's a second one. Rootree Mania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. Yeah, we've gotten all of that. Oh, I thought that was going to be it, but we have like a whole second runaround now.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
They faked their own deaths.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork.
Oh, is there like a million more root trees now? Hold on, I gotta reset the tracking a little.
Now that it's public knowledge the Clancid Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way, and she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, and we have another. Open this after the whole family tree is filled out. Okay, so we have what? Possible infidelity 1, possible infidelity 2, infidelity 3 with first affair and final affair. Oh man. And then family tree update 1998. Well, okay, let's hop to it. Important events. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She has never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in the full details by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Carl Rafferty LaCrux. Carl was announced as the permanent successor to Clark to Carl Roottree, and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancid Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the update tree. Roottree Mania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and, in a moment that caught what seemed to be the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottree. Anonymom in Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to her birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancid Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in Roottree Mania saga. As more and more anonymous stories came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. This final evidence caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Rootree mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, 2 months later, it feels like a distant memory. Previously on The Roottrees Are Dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus after many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees. It is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines of your previous investigations may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Rootree family tree. The Rootree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of the company. Most of the actions took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Rihanna were the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle, and Jim had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful research overall, mentioning many of her related relatives directly. 5 Pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Rootree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Oh, I don't know if I ever got Caroline Morton in a campaign poster. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. November Roottree was really difficult to place, and the only hint was found via Brian Jones' company's website. Ronald and his brother Robert go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked in a TV show called Brother Trouble, until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Plancet Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There was also a few dead ends and red herrings. Alyssa Herring Roottree, who claimed to be a Rootree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though they could lead to other information. And Caroline Morton's sculptures were not useful. On August 3rd, there was a knock at the door. Yeah, and this is just a recap of what Clark said. Okay. So this is profile here. Felix Fellows. Musician? And then we don't have a poster for him, right? Okay. So let's start. Oh, we have to... Oh, I love that dial-up. Okay. Where were we? Start from the top. 6-piece. Six-piece, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madison was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time in the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book about Samantha's father and the struggles they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree Company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to the late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysis have called it the Roottree Rift. A few months later, due to Roottree mania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Roottree mania immediately followed the announcement that the rapper going by 5Ps was actually a Roottree. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottree family and 5Ps for a week before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5P saga, an underlying through line to how pop culture treated Roottree mania was an excuse for every people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottree episodes. Late-night hosts and guests made jokes about their lost members of the family. And there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name and find out if you were a secret Roottree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no, with an image of Clark Rafferty LaCrux giving you the finger. Roottree mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6-pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger a new printing of other Roottree-related media. This included Lauren's diaries, VHS reels of Quinn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seemed to be an attempt to capitalize on the Roottree sisters, Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of I'm a Secret Roottree became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. There's an older version of this page. According to the publisher's website, 6-pieces is an upcoming book by Sam Madison. Okay, can we look this up in the library? Ah, there we go. Sam Madison's book was released earlier this year and details the truth of Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's father Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. It helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam has some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important for your new search. So that was 6 pieces. What about the Roottree Rift? The 3 press releases from the Roottree Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces were referred to as the Roottree Rift, due to clear conflicts between them. First was fairly standard. It stated there was no president of the Roottree Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later, an announcement that after a vote, Rod Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as the interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book and had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancid trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day, claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on stringent verification process. Okay, can we now Google Clark? Clark Rafferty is the new president of the Roottrees Company. It does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. In early March 1999, almost 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark and Ron would be taking over for what was essentially described as the transitional period in the aftermath of the Six Pieces. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many of the descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottrees. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clancid Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Okay, let's look up Ron. Ron was announced as the president of the Roottrees during the Roottrees Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed this announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over together. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped entirely. There are a few hundred results about this development. Most articles are a retelling of the basic details. Some veer into heavy speculations based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Ron has done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 days ago, Ron's mother Gwen died in Paris, France. He and his brother Ronnie have seemingly made amends. Root is the Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated. There's also a scholarship page, and you find information about the Roottrees sisters' fashion scholarship. It is awarded to 3 unprivileged high school girls every year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from the shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters if they were alive. Like other aspects of the Clancid Trust, it is managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Okay, Yeah, it's just the same website. Then we have Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of a law firm that has been hired by the Roottrees Candy Company. This company is named after their head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, although all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco and the revelation of the Roottrees' internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired an outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrees Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit against Cicely Sanchez. Cicely Sanchez is the author and best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including biographies of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claims to fame. According to the site about the author, gotta highlight that for later. According to a site, about the author, Cicely is known for her nonfiction and focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called The Coty with an article about the book she had commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the right to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Coty is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. What else were we looking at? We were going to look into Ruby Spratt. Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. It was the subject of one article from the recurring series about the modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was the legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with a rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gases. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Mid-Eastern is a notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectre, although they are not known for their sports program as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy. They also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics program. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling its newspaper the Herald. The Herald, which is a combination of Hereda, scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum and campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s. It takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Herald each year. Okay. And who were we looking up before that? Magazine. Guy Hudson. Okay. Okay. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Coyote had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, the issue was pulled from store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these articles is complete. Okay. And then we have Portrait of a Changed Man. God, there is so much stuff. Oh. There is so much stuff not even to like look through, but just to like find right now with all of the new stuff. Out of print, softcover nonfiction. This book's description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those who knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture you won't be able to put down without wondering, what if that were me? And then Foreign Gospel. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. His books tell his version of the story, but the author has traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converts. Okay. This was an issue of Picote magazine that contained an article about Cyril Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book he had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and a version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering the magazine useless, unless you want to read about the potentially demonic fish toy. Okay, so we have to find those pages somehow. Sam's book has a few different pages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. He ran the farm from a period starting in 1968 in the death of Elias Roottrees until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of the hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money in private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter whom Sam never met, but whom worked as one of Guy's secretaries. who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant named Antolines met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the market previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. He mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, and sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as she knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Okay, so we know this has to be Guy Hudson for all of the infidelities. This would probably be Elias and Elizabeth 1. We don't know. Don't know what's up with that, and I'm guessing that's going to be when we find out what's up with Miracle's kid. Does it sound like Miracle had some indiscretion in there somewhere? Hired a politician in Brazil. Leader of the company called Antolius met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. So do we have any of these that have spouses? No. Okay, and then can we get Five P's, aka Felix Fellows was a rapper. Oh wait, I think we already looked at it. Oh no, this is the first time. Okay. Yeah, Felix Fellows is a rapper who had found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottrees and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 pieces. An article An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason, with the headline, "More poser than my action figure collection." The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirte David, and the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. He overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Times, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottrees company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrees even appeared on the same magazine a week later, but since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed the story. Okay. News time. Felix Fellows, aka Five Pieces, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, speaking off Roottrees mania. Then, a week later, Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on Five Pieces as well. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up photo of Five Pieces is holding on the cover of the issue, have been added to evidence. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover, denying Felix. Article from this issue of Miracle's cover was added here. Okay. But so we know his first name isn't Felix, it's David. Five Piece, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational, and initially dismissed as fake, until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. Five Pieces says that his mother, Joanna, where did I go? So there was Zach's modem secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for 1 or 2 weeks before she quit, the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4. After his father learned of the affair, Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid of her son's life. She was afraid for her son's life. So, secretary and don't know her last name yet. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day, his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked as the register. Oh, okay. What is her job in this? Hold on. Oh, I guess maybe retail worker? It's not really right. I guess maybe cashier? He had stolen cash from the drawer and overdosed on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush he always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet, and inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appeared with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside the magazine. Picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. The magazine also includes some additional history about Five Piece's career. He was born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellow. But has never rapped under a moniker. He tried to find success by opening other artists and even by selling CDs on the street corners of Portland. He has only recently started going by Five Pieces to harness the power of his lineage. So is his name Phoenix? Or was... The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went to foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottrees company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of the recent book, the Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after Five Piece did. He vehemently denied that Five Piece was a Roottrees. This article was from before the DNA test proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on details of Five Piece's accusation regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with Six Pieces' contents. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary from overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her, that Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they did not have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, stunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from Six Pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims that the Clancy Trust and the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family develops to arguments they've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish the family's reputation. He focuses on Five Piece, who appears in news time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites Five Piece's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour in the upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and now, at the age of 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most compelling recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaCrux through Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for the entire family. We are working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree. Despite Sam Madison being born the year before him, it was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay. Guy, and then family tree update. Someone got married. That's not an infidelity. I'm guessing this is probably going to be Miracles. Creature. Hudson was the third president? Is that right? Yeah, third president. Okay. Then do we have to... Guess we need to find like another picture of Elias now. This page hasn't been updated in the last 8 months and may now be irrelevant. Okay. Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees were never really celebrities. The general public's reception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottree Candy Company has always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias' intention as a family man with his family brand. Since 6 Pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure, but there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance, that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months, when it had special tours, However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise of support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimage. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely, and the website says check back later, but has no date listed. The quote from Bess Williams' books appear to have been taken down. Okay, let's just back to that first article again. Okay, what else? I bet the Lancet Trust article was updated. Lancet Trust is the Roottrees Company's unusual legal arrangement, motivation for most of the major financial discussions. As a recap, after the release of 6 pieces by Sam Madison, the Lancet Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during the internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Nancy Edward, at the discretion of Elias Roottree, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked, in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaCroix took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. To ensure Sam's family would get their share, to help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Okay. Since Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour, United States in late 1990s, the previous flyer for the 3 generations of miracles has been replaced. A part of history, oldest living Roottree reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottree grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life. However, he is now in his 70s, and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before settling back in Pennsylvania. In his intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history, will discuss his family saints and sinners, and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learning what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than he ever could have been before his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in, and mentions the tickets can be purchased at their local services. Noticeably absent is any mention about Miracle's news appearances. Okay, we're not getting anything from that. For first new hide returns, every time you get 4 additional blood relatives. Family tree correct. name, occupation, and portrait will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional. Placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Not no. If all of that. Who was... No, that's not what we were looking for. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not Five Piece's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was Five Piece's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Dirty Devil was Five Piece's first mixtape, released as Dirty Davy. In the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released, based on some of the pop culture references, with them ranging somewhere between 1992 and 1994. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify this information. I wonder if that's supposed to reference Ice Cube's It Was a Good Day, and how like people try to guess what day it is, and Ice Cube's like, no, it's not like one day. It's like a bunch of different things that happened that I remember being like good in this like span of time. I wonder if we can... in Blast. Oh, Fellows has an E in it. Irrelevant. Thing relevant. Relevant. Thing there. No. Ah. Five Piece is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David. Okay, so we do need... real name David, he claims real name David, his birthday February 19th, his star sign Aquarius, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims that it is not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed on the song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out his agent and asked about the song and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and that they shouldn't print rumors. "17 Magazine," sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it in a few sites claiming that it was the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show or a teenage magazine with a similar name as the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 1992. Due to the major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corner of the internet. So there's some discrepancy with his birthday. And we don't know with this. Someone's gotten a spouse and married. Don't know who. Okay. What else do we have to go on right now? No, what to do with those? There's a lot of this has like a lot of connections to it, but we don't know where any of those are. Let's do a small hint to try to get us rolling. 5Piece is a musician. It's possible some of his music could be helpful. Okay. Released an album recently. Sounds mostly promising for your investigation. What was his album? Okay. 5Piece, aka Felix Ellis, rapper. Find a website known for their particularly harsh reviews. Root of all evil. Okay, so that's his most recent one. Headline, more poser than action figure. Okay, so let's try... We already Googled this. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5Piece recorded for his mixtapes before becoming notable, but re-recorded the lyrics, differences, and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5Piece announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue the family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers and fellow a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, he's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches. Steffi argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage for her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of this seems to be related to the Roottrees. This track is the only new song on the album. Subject matter of this song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can't afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5 Pieces triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song in a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Yeah! LimeWire! Okay. The Root of All Evil from Modern Music Monthly. What about All Your Problem? Nothing relevant there either, dang.
Attention, Roottrees. This is 5 Pieces coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man,
problems.
y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the
Jeez, this
cash
is
that your
cringy.
ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo. But looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her 2 dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share, that's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's. Top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have
Okay, this is like a really long single.
Class action, courtroom, decorum, I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
cause dollars the root of all evil? Just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever caused dollars the root of all evil? Just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
Okay. Much has changed over the last many months at the Roottrees Candy Company. One of those things is its websites. Although during your last search you only got a good look at the history page, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is the history focused on Elias Roottree. Instead, the site seems to be focused on the present status of their candy offerings. With high quality JPEGs of each come on, you gotta use PNGs. There are also some small ads for Root, which is a clothing company owned by the Roottrees Candy Company. There is a small section in the bottom that lists the president as Clark Rafty LaRux. A short bio mentions that he was responsible for some of the marketing before taking the reins of the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane crash, including the Roottrees sisters, Carol and Brenda, Bert Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Elias Nixon. Bert Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottrees jet during its crash last December. Although NTSB investigates have not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees pirate jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were able to reach emergency services due to the overwhelming phone lines in the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. Okay, that doesn't seem to be anything we needed. Most of the action took place in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was located. Elias, Clark, and Rihanna, cover of magazine. Oh, Rain? Rhayn. Why don't I just... Website is use the initial place of Rihanna, Rose, and Riley is still up, although instead of a cheery pink background with purple text, it is now a traditional black text with white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. Seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, there's no relevant information, just pictures of girls with sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other high-profile sites, you find the charity has been set up in the girl's name, Roottrees Sister Fashion Scholarship. Scholarship page. Yeah, and then we found random stuff there. Find anything new from Root. Okay. What else do we have here? Other notable Roottrees such as Lauren, Miracle, and Jim, Media, Warren 2 diaries, 5 pieces. Elias' children could be identified based on their initials. There were 5 presidents of the Roottrees Company. Many are featured in periodicals. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters. Oh, we got more stuff from Chris. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people keep emailing him. The most relevant ones are following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me and now calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Nothing from Ernie Madsen. And does Guy Hudson have a search result now? Oh, he does. The only president for a few years. After a few people... Oh. In the 80s, most obscure except for Fancy Flavors debacle. During Rooftrees Mania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover of magazines holding a photo of Guy and his mom. Few people that exist adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties where he had an excuse and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led to some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Gucci lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who tried to disparage Guy and the company publicly. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. Photos have been added to your evidence. Right. How do you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees website and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled finance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Oh, so I bet this is... This is Chris and Luis getting married. We don't know what his job is yet. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. So that's got to be Guy. So that's his dad. Oh, so his dad is involved in here somewhere. That's Chris, and I'm guessing... Oh. That's not Chris, and that's not Lulu. this over here. Okay. What else? I don't. Can we do? Yeah, that didn't fill out anything. I don't think this is Chris. Oh, one of the people mentioned your reminders is Caroline Morden. Seems like someone who would have spoken about something going on. Where? Caroline, Stephanie, and Brian were featured in campaign posters and led Caroline's art book. Okay, well, let's search. After the release of 6 Pieces, Caroline Madden did a television interview. Someone had to upload a partial transcription of that interview from the television section of a message community. Transcription is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience. It does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of the family members. "45 minutes instead of 60 minutes. This was a cable news interview, a transcription of what's going on. Thanks for having me. I never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all of her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean, but I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me attention." Oh. So she's also gay, which makes sense. "She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on the time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client, and I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that." "No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did, except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. But Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends. Before they sent him to private school, he came back a lot judgier. It made sense they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls." "Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Okay. So is that Caroline? And we don't have a picture of her. Do we have the older stuff? No. Gosh, what was her books? Nothing for that? Okay. What was it? Is it in here? Page hasn't been updated in the past 6 months. Ah, here we go. Self-portrait of art and the beauty of women. Okay. And talks about influences. One of the youngest, Gwendolyn and Bernadette. Marriage, married man. Company. Mark. It also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most violent moments of her life. Notice there was something. Yeah, that's irrelevant. Yeah, there's nothing in that. Okay. Found a lot of important information with your last investigation. Okay, yeah, it's saying the same thing over and over again. Lauren was your best source of information in the last investigation. Maybe she can help us. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Rafferty, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by reporters as being one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting at a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Possible her diary has new information for you now that you have a different focus. Let's check. Oh, we have to go back through Lauren's stuff. The life between us. Lauren Rafferty. What are we? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, Lauren Roottrees. Okay, there we go. Hardcover students. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added that to your list of relevance. Okay. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Rafferty's diary, written in 1963, focuses on the relationship between her mother and father, while it offered only redundant information during your previous investigations. It mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisted at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one of the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no concept of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out to and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Eliath, please remember them. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside of their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay, so that's probably Sam. Okay, is there anything else? Well, Elias Roottrees was mentioned, but you didn't turn out to be very useful at the time. Oh, what was... Yeah, Bess Williams. And then... guess we'll probably need to, yeah, show the older one. Family Man. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased and misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace the definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of the book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from the Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Oh, well, now we've gotten... We've locked in the main culprits.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Okay, so now we have more info to actually go on. Photograph was given to you by Sam Madison. A young woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed that he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of the case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. That's... No. Oh wait, no. Mary Beth Clementine. Position. And the older boy was who? Came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed that he thinks he's a Roottree. Stuart. Then who did that? Regina. Okay. 6 pieces at prodigy.us. Genial Genie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, née Salazar. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. He wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I'd be able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s and 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big, prominent proponent of abortion. But I know for a fact he came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was a kid. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1994 and 1959. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religion and popular songs. Although she recorded a few records, they seemed lost to time. The only one you found mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoption. She listed on many sites that mentioned adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Mark Clementine. Stuart and Mark. He also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convinced to debate and discuss then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line in one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catered to. While she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994. Okay, Sterling? New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of the record sound, it was named after the founder, Sterling Edison. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Sterling Edison, the biggest claim to fame, is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. Versus Edsel. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross, and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after the owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources of evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom with the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. Old Rugged Cross is a popular hymn that has been covered by many artists. You won't find much relevant information about it online. Edison Records versus Edsel. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for the potentially a lawsuit filed in 1949, Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions that as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. The record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay, so that's actually Edsel. That's probably that guy, and that's that boy. For Edsel, no. What about Old Rugged Cross in modern music? Maybeth Clementine's release Old Rugged Cross was for New Edison, and it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it was listed as Maybeth Quaker. Mary Beth Quaker. Okay, nothing. Mary Beth Quaker. What about Butler County Times? Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and has played religious hymns in the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, although the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eyes in the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eyes on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. God can find a way to watch over every sparrow. He can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. Much better spent spreading his word, and I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoption, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helps to help themselves as an incredible noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. Also mentioned that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently. It doesn't clarify. His Eyes on the Sparrow is a religious hymn. Been covered over many searches many times. Premise is that the singer realizes that they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, and the singer knows that God is also. Okay. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madison. These records are based on an old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that were directly from Roottrees or in the corporate office. The many laborers in their farms and their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it'll be except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Leadership, Zach, Special Management, Ernest Madison Jr. Office staff, Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carol Monroe, and Elizabeth Ravensworth. Okay. Someone is Elizabeth Cravensworth. Production management, Eli C. Roottree, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries, Juliet McCullen, Joanna Roberts. Brenna Robertson, Doris Mays, and Beth Knox. Farm and manufacturing, Samantha Madsen, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert Logan, Michael Crane, and Jack Needing. Major expenses, none. So Elizabeth Farrow is probably the one over here. In 1970, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on transition. During 1976 and 1977, following changes took place. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Madison Jr. as special management. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottree is no longer employed by Roottree. Ernest Madison Jr. is now listed under product management. Christine Farrow was hired. Okay. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson no longer listed amongst secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottrees. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree when Madsen is hired. Beth Knox 50-year-old work anniversary bonus, $50,000. Zach Madison retirement party, $20,000. In 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many traveling expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Guy Hudson replaces Zach Morden. Edward Roottree and Elizabeth Cravensworth and Lloyd Carpenter no longer employed by Roottree. Raffer Toons is now listed as office staff. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland no longer working for Roottree. Beatrice Watts and Karine Schwartz are hired. Wonder if there's... No, nothing on the internet for Christine Garland. Beatrice Watts. Juliette McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottree. Lisa Lewis and Verily Earwig are hired. Farm manufacturing. Thomas Green, Michael Kane and Elizabeth Farrow and Jack Keating are no longer employed at Roottree. Nothing for Elizabeth Farrow either. William Sams is hired. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that has only existed for 1 year. Special Services Interpreter. President's Office Refurbishment, 5 Pieces Flavor Development Caviar. Edward Roottree Retirement Party. Christmas Tree Bash. New Year's Eve Ball. Travel Expenses Australia, China, France, and Brazil. 5-piece flavor butterscotch. 5-piece development caviar. Fourth of July Spectacular, New Year's Eve Ball. The volatility continues. Many new employees don't tend to stick around very long. Terry O'Connors was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Douglas Rosenberg no longer employed by Roottree. Edward Morrison and Robert Anders hired. Edward Morrison no longer employed by Roottree. Karine Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottree. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram are hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewig are no longer employed at Roottree. Catherine Garrett is hired. I'm betting that's this person. Maybe this person. Catherine Garrett was hired. William Sams no longer employed by Roottree. Amelia Seinfeld no longer employed, but an Emily Behrens is enlisted. Gwyneth Madison no longer employed. Gwyneth Cattrall now listed. Susan Ford no longer works within the department. 5 Pieces flavor strawberry. Singwa. Chinese for watermelon. Weird. 5 Pieces development caviar. strawberry, zinguo development, butterscotch, caviar. Randolph Dove donation. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of the part of the Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff listed on the website, you scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal's Miss Ford is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. She has been working at the school for 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for the securing funding of the Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing was an expansion of Gandorf Dove, now Gandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982. Its separate, much smaller building, half of a block from, formed to maintain campus and operate as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses to family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after president of the Roottree company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you see about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school, before Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband, who is deaf. After reading how useful a service this is, like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since has added afternoon classes on some Wednesdays. Okay, hold on. Do we have a... Okay, so Susan Ford is the person that got the deaf things, but not relevant. Gandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with local schools. Butler County Times archives include what seemed to be an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mentioned in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Gandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article in 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson Wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. Okay, so that's... So we don't know when that happened, but it's... Oh, Well, if it's saying till 1982, so then the last one would be Susan, I think. Yeah, what is Philadelphia County listed? It's Ford. Oh, principal. Okay. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continue along the same pattern as they have been. Things quickly change when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses end, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, are let go. Sam Madsen left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Ernest Madison Jr. replaces Guy Hudson. Charles Roottree joins as special management. Susan Ford no longer employed. Ernest Madison Jr. no longer works in this department. Douglas Rosenberg now rehired. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employees at Roottree. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Worktime Temp. Okay. Worktime Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. Roottree Candy Company is listed on their sites as one of the companies they do business with, though it is far from the only one recognized. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Worktime Temp and anyone related to them. Okay. Victor Logan is hired. Stuart Harmon is no longer employed by Roottree. Ooh, that sounds like... That might be somewhere around here. Okay, Madison is no longer employed by Roottree. Fences Development, Sugar Plum, canceled after 5 months. Canceled after 5 months. Strawberry, Dingu, Butterscotch, Caviar. Fred Gleason, 50-year work award. And Root Clothing Reimbursement, Carl Roottree, $1 million. Okay. So this has to be the initials of all of the 5 kids. Sugar Plum, Strawberry, Dingu, Butterscotch, and Caviar. So SSXBC. What was the first one? What is Sugar Plum? Doesn't hit any of their name. Okay. What? You. Family man. Where was that? Oh, a while ago, wasn't it? Would have been. Oh, Bess Williams. Family Man: The Roottrees Legacy of Bess Williams is a very poorly received book about Elias Roottrees. There are very few copies of the original, published in 1920, but it was recently republished by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's diary. It seems they wish to capitalize on Rootermania. It didn't work. The family tree update is interesting because it features 2 people from the previous tree. Notably, a child of those people was not in the previous tree. Was anyone pregnant in the last game? Try to search them again. Wasn't Stephanie Landon pregnant? Stephanie Jones. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones' campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is Baby Photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Second is What's New. There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months and how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay, so that's Brian Jones, Stephanie Landon, and named after Caroline. What? Oh, maybe named after her grandmother? Laura? But it was named after her her grandmother. It would be Stephanie's mom, Caroline. Oh, maybe just Carol? Last name Jones. Baby photo. Occupation, baby. Okay. Oh wait, she's not an artist. She's in politics. I confirmed all of this. We still need to figure out what Mark Clementine does. Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of the newborn girl. His new daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her a signature thumbs up move from her campaign literature. Okay. What about Mark Clementine? Oh. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled the Infamy List. It is a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there. For Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry and seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. But most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airplane. He was drunk, and he was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican border for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught and then had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's grandson. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Billy Sims is the principal of the Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1945 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization from trustworthy to tabloid seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At this point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" and Sims' response was famous, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." pilot? I mean, he's in jail. And he has a granddaughter, but we don't know. We don't know like how to get to the granddaughter from. Yes, maybe tabloids? Oh, no, that's the wrong. Newstime did a small piece about the fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who know them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sim's wife, Clara, as well as multiple staff members at the school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Okay, Colleen Webb. I'm guessing this is... Sims. Wife Clara. Not it. Sim's wife Clara, as well as multiple staff members at the high school, they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked at an airline. She worked at an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and though she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to their ex-husband. Okay. Doesn't seem like anything more to run from. Did a small piece on the fight. Okay, yeah. Don't need any of that. What else do we got? In the 6 pieces notes, Sam mentions a possible affair with Elizabeth. Gonna need some more information. Rain Hudson. Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was favorite parties. This was 20 years ago. Sam warns most of this is hearsay. One of Sam's famous supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter Sam never met who worked with one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a career caterer from a local restaurant called... Did I ever look this up? Large number of Andy's restaurant, not because it's a chain, just because it seems like a common name for an Italian restaurant. May need to use more local resource. Antilles is an Italian restaurant and it has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992 with the owner Raquel Zimmer sold the land the building was on. And at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she should retire. That's going to be one of them, Raquel Zimmer. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asks recent married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responds, he and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antilles. Oh, okay, where did we put Garland? Christine Garland responded, he and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they both are working as much as they can. He's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay. So that looks like it's probably this one. Even Zimmer. That would be probably her. Maybe, I don't know. That'll be Raquel. Oh wait, no. Raquel Garland, her husband Steve, Jeff. Christine. Occupation. Secretary. This is Steve. We don't know the last name. Oh wait, no, we do know the last name. It's Garland. Okay, so Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at farms, worked extra hours there. need to go back to this, go into here. Where was Elizabeth Ravensworth? No. Queen Pharaoh was hired. Robert. Queen Pharaoh is no longer listed amongst secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been Queen Pharaoh. Christine Pharaoh. And this is not Christine. And we don't know if this is Elizabeth Pharaoh. Antilles seems to be center of one of the affairs. Maybe we should look more into it. Kind of been looking into it. Queen Garland. Please. Have most of that. Can we... But more about person? Butler County Times article in the restaurant mentions an owner. Oh, okay. Search the owner on the Butler County Times. Okay. That does make a bit more sense. Raquel and her husband, Mark Zimmer, have a few mentions in the Butler County Times, both local business owners. Raquel owns Antilles, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned the local bookstore called Bookmarks, both closed in 1992. Mark also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Okay. From that. Bookmarks appear to be Butler County Times many times. All of them were in the form of advertising and listing the events that took place in the store, such as book signings. None of it seems to be relevant to the current search, although Lauren Roottrees did a book signing. What about Mark? Ellen and her husband Mark, a few mentions. He was sued by Steve Garland. Steve Garland has 3 articles that mention him. First was an article about how he met his wife Christine when they worked in Antonelli's. Second is from a month later, September 1978, a listing for this weekend cooking class. Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. And it seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer has sued was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes Steve Garland would give his students during the cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although the recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it, and these usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome with some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Kitchen Tales is a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured in a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand, and there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. Find an alternate medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions one of Kitchen Tales' recipes uses salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of the recipe added to your evidence. It says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered salt water, it tastes great. Okay, can we go that, copy, paste, Mark Zimmer? The entire description of the book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer, and it was released in 1994. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. There have been multiple printings since. According to the book review, the prints are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember. They are, yes. Okay. Nothing relevant there. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. First is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. Become amazing men. Okay, so that's James Garland. Robert Garland. You've become amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without that, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. First met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. Next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I had agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire and move to Boston just so we could hang out, so if you're browsing this book at a bookstore, please, please, please buy our book. We need money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sales. Aaron's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently, the bar has been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people that have drank there, including former presidents of the United States, not of Roottrees Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran, and how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about. Local and regular Steve G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kids' joint, Fry Die, and then swing by to meet them for a drink. Oh, we're finding out like everything about these kids. Jeff. Fried Eye is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed in the website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs this page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. Very unorganized. It has this to say about Fried Eye. Wickedly overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? I bet that's a periodical we can look up. Yep. Chef's Signature covered Fried Eye less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant listed is one main dish and the head chef is known for. Fried Eye's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and the main article have been added to your evidence. Wickedly overrated. I saw the Chef's Signature and went there. It's a huge line and they don't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? We go to My Boston Homepage. See what that's about. My Boston Homepage is run by someone with eclectic tastes. They claim to rate things on a scale of wicked awful to wicked wicked. The most recent thing they received, a wicked awful, is an antique store called These Things. Apparently the owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. The most recent establishment to receive a wicked wicked is a comic book store in Cambridge called Million Year Picnic. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Fried Eye seems to be connected to your search in any way. These Things is an antique store located in Boston. Owner's name Beatrice, and Bee Stings pun. This is supported by what you can only be described as a swarm of bee-related imagery and puns on the website. At the bottom it states, "Fly on down, honey, and make a deal with Eel." What about the Million Year Picnic? Million Year Picnic is a comic book store in Cambridge, Massachusetts, one of the oldest comic book stores in the United States. It is named after a short story by Ray Bradbury. You decide to visit the Million Year Picnic for the first time after playing this game, please tell the owner, Tony, that you heard about this store from the video game Roottrees Are Dead by Jeremy Johnson. Fair warning, he has no idea that I did this and will probably be somewhat confused if you're the first person to tell him. Oh, that's so cute. And a vegetarian diet be trendy. Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine, targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry-Dye. They play on tie-dye shirts that the servers wear, but exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish, the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wearing the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interview questions. James credits his love of food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that, but since we moved here before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry-Dye. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Fortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids, running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories, since we were all together. Mom always had an eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fry-Dye often. They even have a signature dish, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realized it's the Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, of course. Of a sort. Okay, so we have that. So is that... should be 4. We've got this right as being Christine. So what? Would he be? I mean, we could change it to that mugshot. What else? Maybe her name's not Christine Farrow? I don't know.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay, we need to learn a lot of that stuff. Okay, we still have quite a bit of this all left. So I think this is going to be a good place to call it for the night. Oh. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Pumpkin King and Blue Bar for chatting with us a little bit. If you missed the first part of this game, we have a VOD channel now on YouTube. It's down below in the description of this, under the stream here. If you're watching the VOD, hey, come check out the Twitch streams. I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays at, I guess 10 p.m. EDT is now a good starting time for me. I was thinking of pushing it back to 9 p.m., but sometimes I get home from work and like kind of crash out before I can get ready at 9. Till then, I hope everyone has a good night, sleeps well, has sweet dreams. My name's Shiahan, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.